forgot to actually press the like button before doing my promos, but oh well, that was a thing. Some people were probably confused. Confoozled. Just forgot to press the like button. Anyway, yeah. Hello everyone, and welcome to today's stream. I am Mage 1011, and today we are doing Final Fantasy 14, post Shadowbringers, MSQ, and also one of the, but before that we will be doing one Reaper quest, because I'm slowly progressing through that to get my questline done for Reaper. So, since we're gonna go do a Reaper quest, we should probably be in Ul'dah, shouldn't we? Actually, so I don't waste an Aetherite ticket, I'm gonna use the return button, because it takes me to the exact same place. But yes, hello all. Whoa, I accidentally changed it to the stream ending soon button. Whoops! That was an oops on my part. Sorry about that. My bad. I'm all over the place today. Scatterbrained. Woo! Let's see, we need to go to, I think it's the Weaver's Guild in order to... Yeah, that's the right location, closest to the quest. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm sorry for the scatterbrainedness of me today. I'm a little out of it. Anywho, Loyal Lemure. Well, if it ain't Mage, you heading in? Hermit? Not a word from Arnie just yet, Mage. I've always admired his thoroughness. Me, I don't have the persistence for that sort of work. That's why he's the brains of and I'm the muscle. Dark days. Drusilla is awaiting word from Arnegus. Apologies, Wolfmage, but we're still waiting on Arnegus to come through. There ain't much for you to do around here until then, unless you have a knack for cleaning. Herman is good at wheeling out permission stories and whatnot, but get into the truth. The truth of those stories is a craft as delicate as weaving. I'm sure you've seen firsthand how one bad bit of information can lead to elaborate plans coming apart at the seams. Boss. Calm down, lad. Breathe. What's gotten into you? It's Arnegus. He's been murdered. But tell me I heard you that wrong. I'm afraid not. The Brasslights found him half buried in the sands not bells ago, just lying there like some bloody animal carcass. They're bringing him to Earl's burial chamber as we speak. Whoever did this doesn't know the reckoning they've got coming. Before I'm done with them, they'll be begging to crawl back to their mother's womb. I want justice just as much as you, Herman. I do, but it's times like these we need to look to the boss for guidance. As you can see, Wolf Mage, emotions are running high. I should stay here until Herman cools off. Can you let the boss know we're standing by and waiting for her commands? Like it's not, she's gone. Pay her respects. Dark days. Accepted. So, Erling's burial chamber. Old. I think that's at the Thaumaturgist Guild. Thaumaturges also count as burials. Sorry, Wolfmate. I ain't in the mood for chit. Where's the Bloody Keeper? My lady, prithee, the dead must be let to rest. The dead are going to have more among them if you don't cut your trap. Listen, the bracelet braids bought in a body not long ago. Show me. Ah yes, that they did, but you are a but are you the deceased family, or if not, I'm afraid we cannot. Family. Arnesius was like a son to me. Like a son, ordinarily that would be. He is interred in the innermost coffin. However, I must advise you not to gaze upon the body. If she insists, then let it be. God damn it, Arnesius, I told you not to go and get yourself... Not to go to... I told you not to go to... and get yourself... Don't, Wolf Mage. This isn't for you. I'm sorry for barging in here, and for all the bluster. If you can forgive my rudeness, I promise me that Arnesius is sent off well and proper. Of course he shall be. However, if you wish to enter him within the city gates, well, such sought-after places come no small expense. I don't care about the cost, just send me your men to the Lemure headquarters. Select what you require. Wolfmage, I expect you came to find me, but there's someone else I have to speak with first. I'm headed to Stone's Throw. Come along if you please, but come along in silence. Okay, so we are going to Stone's Throw. Where is that? That is just outside of Ul'dah. Steps of Null, Central Town. This is where Aegis' dear wife earns her living. Best get this over with. Aegis never forgot the debt he owed you, the debt he owed you, the debt we both owe you. Even so, his loyalty ever ran deeper than that. It's a strange thing to look back on the people we were, a decade younger and a lifetime more foolish. Young lovers, proud, or hatreds, blissfully ignorant, returning to Locus Amarius, the cradles of our people. A triumph homecoming for Garleans after centuries in exile. The once mighty invaders had been laid low and driven back whence they came, and it was a banner day when Arnegus was honored with a post. Honor and pride quickly faded when we saw the truth of Locus Armaris. We hadn't just defeated our enemies, we had clapped them in irons and condemned them to a life of servitude. This descendants of those who had driven our ancestors north so many generations ago, made to pay for the crimes of their forebears. His superiors were certainly pleased with the poetry of it all. Arnegus, however, could not simply look away from their suffering, let alone take pleasure in it. Founded with the reality of the place we could call home, his conscience demanded he take action. He began cooperating with the resistance, but the eyes of the can't read that word are all seeing, and before long he was ousted as a sympathizer. It was only by grace of good fortune that we escaped with our lives. I've often lying awake at night wondering if he had outlived his usefulness to the resistance. or perhaps it was a petty, petty sinner's senior officer that orchestrated our fall. Regardless of the cause, the outcome was the same. We could never return to the Empire. We fled to Eorzea by way of Rodzet Han, the only route open to us. Wasn't soon after stepping foot in on the docks of Limsa Lominsa that your luck ran out, as I recall, stopped by the Yellow Jacket and accused of being Imperial spies. Aye, but we still managed to make an escape. We ran and ran, terrified that our pursuers would one day catch up to us. That is until we met you. Had you not taken us under your wing when you did, I shudder to imagine our fate. Your gratitude's the last thing I deserve, lass. If I hadn't sent Arniges off on my damned fool's errand, he'd still be alive. It was Orsurus that killed him, and no mistake. He died for my vengeance. I cannot tell you how sorry I am. No, you need an apologies. I know he was happy, so long as he was helping you. Happy. The blame for his death doesn't rest on your shoulder. It rests on the monster that murdered him in cold blood. And I expect you to see his answers, seeking answers for his crime, for me and for our Legion. I will, alas, I will. On this, I swear everything that I have to. We need to talk, Wolfmate, somewhere with few prying eyes. Come meet me at the bridge to the north. Gargle? I owe you an apology for not telling you everything about me and Orsurus from the start. I dragged you into a fight against a foe that's causing brutal and utterly merciless. Cunning, brutal, and utterly merciless. I thought with all of us together we'd tip the scales in our favor. I was wrong, and Arnie just paid the price for my hubris. That void scent we tracked in the Black Shroud was likely one of Orsurus's minions, but I was too caught up in my grand scheme to realize it at the time. I should have thought about why it tried to hide that body. Your common void scent wouldn't have the guile to bury the kill. But what if Orsurus thought it that as a way to throw trackers off its scent and to daggle bait, dingle bait for me and mine. Sorceress has used that same trick in the past, and he knows that we know too. My by dispatching his men, he drew his attention. We drew his attention. Arnegis was a warning. Sorceress doesn't give his prey swift deaths. He toys with him and cuts into him and savors the screams. That's how I knew he was responsible. Like a signature, the way he leaves the bodies, and he's had his fill. I only pray Arnegis didn't take that suffering with him to the next life. Sorceress will be coming for you or me next. Or right away. Though. Not right away though. That'd be giving up the game. He wants us to keep looking over our shoulder, sleeping with one eye open. He'll wear us down without even lifting a finger. When he finally strikes, we'll be dead on our feet, playing playthings for him to do with as he pleases. That won't do. We need to bring the fight to him. No more waiting around for Elite to come to us. It won't be easy, but I can still count on your help. But can I still count on you? I've come this far, might as well go the rest of the way. Thank you, old mate. And if you've got no qualms risking your life and limb for our Mages to fight for me, then I've got no qualms calling you a member of my family. Family, a curious word that. Bloody, it's him, Wolf Mage or Sirs. Some persistent rats wearing some persistent. Excuse me, I need to go get water real quick, or I'm going to cough more. Be right back. Reading so much gets me dehydrated. Okay, I have returned with drink. Okay. Some persistent rats were nibbling at my tail. Should have known by their stench it was you and yours, Dras- Drusilla. Or should I call you granddaughter? Shut your mouth, you thrice-damned monster. Monster, is that why the is that why any way to greet my beloved elder children these days? Seems one death wasn't punishment enough for you. A second should suffice for this scant reminder of your being. Remainder of Scant reminder of your being. Wolf Mage, we're ending this here and now. Follow my lead. I thought we might savor our union for a while longer, but if you insist, I shall feast upon your beating heart here and now. Die! Ah, naught but dregs left in that descendant, descent, distant vessel of yours. Too long has the hide been been left in the sun. But your family has been replenished with fresh blood, I see. And my, what a beauteous soul this one has. Your scythe may be dull, but your eye is sharp as ever. Blinding as the sun, pure as the snow. Delectable. Whoop. He said that with a delectable as a boar slathered in grease. I had thought to make a quick meal of you, but perhaps just this once. Or both burns in order. Such a singular specimen must be given time to fatten, to fill this its succulent potential. 'Twould be a travesty to consume you ere you have achieved perfection. When your soul is ripe with fear, swollen with hatred, and fit to burst with despair, I shall return for you, wolf, and I shall gorge. Until that time, sap well and grow like growing whelp. Well, that was interesting. Drusilla. Curse these old bones. He was right in front of me. I couldn't. I could have ended it one swing. For a moment, just one moment, was. I saw it all again. My family slaughtered, lying at his feet. Life, my life slipping away, and that was enough. Doubtless you have more than a few questions. I'll answer them, I promise. But now is not the time, trust me. Standing around, picking the sand won't change what's done. Let's return to headquarters and let the wind cool our heads. Then we can consider our next course of action. See what we get on the Mount Roulette. At that. See, where's the nearest Aetherite? There it is. Heading into headquarters. It was my own fault. If I hadn't stood there slack-jawed, if I wasn't so damned slow, we'd be rid of that abomination once and for all. What you saw used to be my grandfather, before Osiris took over. He looks green enough to be my own grandchild now. Trick of the void, like as not. It's no secret that if a voidsent doesn't want you to devour you, it'll probably want to take possession of your flesh. But Osiris has a peculiar talent for it. And as you know, he's got an insatiable craving for ether. Killing is only a prelude to the act of gulping down our essence like a draught of ale after a day's work. He's old. I can't say exactly how old, but he's acquired a taste for the finer things. Seems your soul counts among the finest he's ever seen. Things just keep getting better for us, don't they? Wouldn't be the first time someone set their sights on my soul. That's so. Used to be in a prize fake, are we? Any road, it's clear that safety is no longer something we can take for granted, not even crowded street, not even in the middle of the day. Keep your eyes peeled. Watch out for those terrible red eyes. We're sitting chocobos for the moment, but I'll think of something and send for you as soon as I can. Until then, never sleep far from your scythe. The next one is the level 78 mission, so we have 2 more days of this. Every stream, I'm going to do 1 Reaper mission, and then proceed to the main scenario quest. And then once I get my Sage to level 80, I'm gonna do the same thing. For now, we're switching to our tank, Honk. And we are going to in at Journey's Head to continue the main scenario quest. And actually, we're gonna switch to something other than... Yeah, we'll switch to Summoner for this. Have our carbuncles. Carbuncle, defend me, as Alphanode would say. The future of Yulmar is extinct, is it? Well, do for them what you can, but keep an eye on Alphanode, would you? See to that he doesn't involve himself in more than is necessary. Whatever could be so urgent that Lady tried to summon us this. Nowhere to turn. Ashir is anxious. You and Alphin back to Gilmore. Lady tries in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? Luckily, we can just teleport through Heliport. Also, while we're here, do we have enough of these to get the Summoner book? No, we do not. But while we're doing this, we're gonna queue up for duty roulettes as healer. Oh, well, that was an insta-queue. Let's see what we get on the duty roulette. Oh, this is the second day in a row I've gotten it. Careful of traps, everyone! Apparently he's doing big pulls. That's too big! That's too fucking big! fucking big. Jeez. That was stupid. Like my balls, like my balls. There we go. Kill the thing? That's stacks of vulnerability now. This is annoying. Easy boss, but annoying. Fun fact, when I got this the other day in my Duty Finder, I got booted from my internet, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. What is targeting you? Let's see. Don't need any of this. We need to defeat the treasure coffers. Get the keys. If I remember correctly. Nope, not that one. We missed a tone tablet. On tablet. There we go. Secrets. Ow, ow. Trying to do mechanics and healing is hard. Almost dead. There we go. Doom, 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 doom. Like my balls, like my balls. Alright. Okay, peace. Of the Kraken. The Kraken. David Jones, the Kraken. Jeez, his gear is not good. If only one freaking deep heal just full heals him. Oh no, he was just repairing himself. All the jumping and stuff. Holy fuck, my health. Done. Fuck. Fuck all kinds of Oh, fuck me. Thank you. Oh, fuck me. I am trying to keep the party alive. I'm getting launched all over the This is annoying! I'm fucking stunned! This is how I died last time! Come on, get me over there! I'm talking. Oh, there we go. For fuck's sake. There we go. Everyone's okay. Now we can proceed with the story. I'll do more roulette after stream. Cashier. It was the folks over at the Cursterium that told me you'd be down at Journey's head. And lucky for me, you still were, running around after people's tiring work. Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do see Lady Chaya. I do not see Lady Chaya anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. See. Oh, I need to switch to a class that can actually do this. There we go.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
This is voice acted, so I'm going to mute my mic.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Golg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know, but whatever it is, he wouldn't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
And we are back on mic. So we have... I'll take that. Let's see, cashier. You know, Yulmar's nothing like I thought it'd be, but somehow I can't picture going anywhere else. The citizens are part of it, I suppose. They've been good to me. I only wish there was something more I could do to help them. A noble absent. For all his comforting words, Alpnode is plainly troubled by Master Chai's sudden disappearance. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later. Master Chai? Well, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmar's neglect of industry. You see, with Lord Volthrey's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the boutique and of splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seems to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Mawin has taught you about this stagnant state of business in Yulmore. Okay, so buttress. Oop. Wrong button. Boom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom. Doom. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, but we talked for a while about his concern over the city's defenses, among other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after the confrontation with Lord Volturi, and finding General Ron's deeds in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us to the very core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, finding funding permitting, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from Delrect and Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well. I for one would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much. He seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Your exchange with Corinne has taught you about the perilous state of Gilmore's defenses. There's actually a teleporter right where I need to go. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately, asked to speak with the poor bugger lately came to from right. He said he wanted to know the state of things down in the Derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful, lack of food, medicine, clothing, and where there was plenty to tell. He, we hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive; they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started to mumble to himself something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. I couldn't not fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed off about the derelicts, he asked about the settlement in and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed Gate Town when I last saw him. Your exchange with Heath and Bet has taught you about the poor living conditions of Lucia's derelict Rot Town. Rot Town. What level do we get? Slipstream, Crimson Cyclone, Mountain Buster are all at level 76, as well as Crimson Strike. What do we get at level 90? Oh, we get our big summons as summoner. Speak with Alphanode. Can I mount up here? No, I cannot. I have to run around. Well, yes, that's fair. It is a city, and you're not normally able to mount up in city. Also, my summon... it's not up. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned I might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Before I do that, I meant to talk to Kai Shear first. Any luck? I got nowhere myself, and it sounds like Alphanub might have. But it sounds like Alphanub might have. Note concerning the state of business in Yulmar. Note concerning the state of defenses, Yulmar's defenses, and note concerning living in conditions in Lucia. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmar, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmar, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? For the people. With furrowed brow, Alphinaud carefully considers where best to look next. We all know for certain that Master Tai has shown great concern not only for Yomor, but its surrounding settlement. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city, he would wish to do the same to those without. Wolfmage, if you would go and make inquiries and write, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough, we should meet when we finish. Where should we meet when we finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be well suited to continue our search. Give this person a nice lally-ho. 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 They are a samurai. Seems like it's my lunch time, so well, it might be my lunch time. I don't know if it's ready yet. But I'm going to quickly step AFK. If my lunch is ready, I am going to turn on the BRB time for food, and I will, yeah, I'm gonna see if lunch is ready. If it is, I'll eat, and then I'll be back. And I have returned from my lunch break. And we are back to continuing on. Lucy. Now we can summon the doggo. And always, always pet the doggo. That's still a lot. No, the name doesn't ring a bell, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistle gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about the relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of mule and the choices of a lavish chance of a larger's life among the free. And Volturi thought to take even more from us, conscripting a few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Volturi's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. Kyna's, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, but he left soon after, and that was that. The Phoenix Reborn. Always go flame. Always go flame when you go Phoenix Reborn. We'll be going up for a little bit. There we go. Cashier? Turns out Master Chai was over in Gate Town too. He spoke to a few of the residents, apparently. They told him they'd never see in a posh bloke look so miserable. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, and the only likely place he has left to go is Amity. Come, if we're quick, we may yet catch up with him. Ooh, Midgard Thorm, father of dragon. Let's try. Try nose. There he is. Oh, Mage, no, cashier. What are you doing here? I might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been not inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers, so I suppose she could have overlooked it. When and when she gets an idea in her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since you are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? No, let's not jump to conclusion. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right of me to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? The people's grievances are many, and in the course of my inquiries I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual in one individual counsel critical to my plan, and a man whose counsel might yet make the mayor of me. With respect, such foresight is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man whom you seek, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it's worth, he will vouch for you as that he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I've ever wanted was to make it into Yulmar. But that dream's gone now. First like a bubble, or oil, or like... Anyway, outside of repaying Master Elfino, I haven't a clue what to do with myself. Spent most of my days in a day. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. I reckon you can do it. You got this lot of Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could marrying be? You're going to see to steer Yulmar to a better future, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you'll let me come with you, that is. Give me entirely too much credit, a lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come on then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Trey. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Gilmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I came here, to find one with expertise needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? Are you certain he's here in Amity? Brendan's his name? Yes, or he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Voltry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Brendan was the left, and between them, they kept Gilmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. And even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Crystal, and as I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Oh, it is gales. It is windy out. I realize it was me who suggested speaking with Crystal, but who's to say he will be any more receptive? Brandon. He would. Why should any of them give me the time of day? But that's no way to think. Ignore me. According to Master Chai, this random fellow occupies a position of considerable influence in Yulmar's leadership, which begs the question, why did he choose to leave? I reckon Yulmar could learn a thing or two from Amity about standing on its own 2 feet. Then again, so could I. Greetings, friend. And you too, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Randon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Well, yes, with Volter gone, Yulmar wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I'm here seeking Randon's counsel, the hopes that we could build a better Yulmar rather together. That is still my wish. But given how Amity admittedly you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Gilmore, and I would not see you suffer for Voltry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting, Brandon can be rather uncompromising. He has a principle. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, Yulmar's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmar has the resolve to change. Resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit B when he left. If you plan to go speak with him, I'd suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit B, Pit 8. Not B. I read that as a B. Pit 8 we shall go, and I shall not take no for answer. Nay, not even a maybe. I read 8 as a B. Always pet the puppo when you mount him. Always. Brendan.
Well, well, it's you again.
This is voice acted, so I'm gonna mute my mic.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Forthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Forthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Forthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vor 3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
I just realized during that cutscene I have been pronouncing his last name and his wife's first name as Nuz. It's News. News. It remains to be seen if his words will translate into deeds, but I shall endeavor to keep an open mind. Imagine it, a Yulmore that even a bloke like me could help build. People cannot be brought together on the strength of high ideals alone. This I know from painful experience. Rendon was right to demand proof of Master Chai's commitment. Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Oh yes, meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume an alternative food stuff are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose we solve this problem? Give me a satisfying answer and I will consider offering you my counsel. A contribution of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would offer us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all. The long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as source of trade and for food must be repopulated. Their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and suitably stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of all that by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it begins as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, speaking with the people of Yulmore and the nearby settlement. You've impressed me, Chinese. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Brendan, and one to which I have given my thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Let's see, what foods we have? Critical, I'll go with the crit. This one affects all, no, that, I'm gonna be using this one. I had a hand in constructing that giant Talos to the north. You had a hand in constructing that giant Talos to the north, did you not? When the Yulmoran volunteers began arriving, I hid myself away, lest I be recognized, thus depriving myself of what I'm reliably informed was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Bugger. That rending geezer doesn't seem so bad. What was Master Chai worried about? He's got to give himself more credit. Avano? Did you see it? There is a fire in Master Chai's eyes that was not there when we first met. A fire we had best keep kindled if we wished the Yulmore change for the better. Finding good help. China's look of steely determination is only slightly undermined by the locking of his knees. Brendan is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose we make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the white roads of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, but if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Oops. I have my new favorite mount. Because I can pet the doggo. It is one thing to repair an immobile Talos, as Orianjay did, but quite another to catch one, surely. Does this not sound a trifle dangerous? How do you catch a Talos, then? Big hole and lure it in? So he is an authority on Talos, is he? What other surprises could he be hiding, I wonder? The old memory hasn't let me down. The chest contains a canister filled with a dastardly potent insulation powder capable of halting the flow of aether in a Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let it fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Intrigue. An old trick of the trade. Nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to you more. More extensive repair can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos aren't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's maybe Kaishir, but Brandon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man of worth and worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Alright, but if there's any trouble, we call it off. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the future of the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous for one one is not careful. I should ask that you use a spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Good. Then let's be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Keep a lookout. Okay. I have to target Mage. Give him the signal by clicking on him. I did it. I did it. Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Ah, I failed. Oh, I have to do everything one without to fail? Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Yeah, skip this scene because I've already seen it. Okay. Oh, hello, Pogi. Pogi. How you doing? I see your stream avatars thing right there. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. Oh, leave the next one to me, Wolf Mage. Okay, so I don't have to do all three. Yay! All three golems are down. Huh, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Our friend returns with nary a scratch. Well done. It would seem I misjudged Master Tai. There may yet be hope for Yulmore. Blimey, thought my heart was going to stop for a moment there. That makes a couple... Make that a couple moments. A moment. Because a dear dragon is here, I'm gonna play dragon.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagging dragon in a wagon you could meet.
There you go, Pochi. I can scarcely believe it. It was reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Tai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food storage showed foresight and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. Thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains, I'm wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these towels, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at least in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai, after you tinkered with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... Dearest, I can't...
Oh! Oh dear.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Goofy.
Dearest, please!
She's strong enough for all. I'm fine, I just need a moment. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear, sweet man. He is going to make the most wonderful man. I just know it. I dare say the future of Yulmore has never looked brighter. Sorry, it wasn't much help, but still, King Master Trigo after those tellers was something, inspiring stuff. That was quite the reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural speech address. There's no time to lose. We must begin making preparations for the inaugural address once Master Chai has caught his breath, of course. Pain and pleasure, Orchestra Emerald. Moving forward, despite the butterflies in his stomach, Master Chai is prepared to address the masses. No need to fret, Wolf Mage. I've never felt better. And not at all overrode by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of you. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the immigrant. Then I will go and spread word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are assembled there to meet their new mayor. And you, Kaishir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lord. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Walter's chambers. And it goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. We got the done face mount. Wait, I could just teleport. Whenever someone rides this mount, they look like they're done with the world. Oh yes, Master Che told us to expect you. The immigrant is already filled up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizen, non-citizen. But for you, our honored guest, we have reserved a place in front, right this way, sir. Oh, we're on an ad break, so pause this once.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it there because apparently... Okay, now the ad break is over. Thank you all for gathering here today.
But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Ffxiv rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Oop, did not mean to press enter. There's a lot of people to talk to. Start with Rendon. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the... Seeing everyone come together like that. It was beautiful, that was. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did, oh, it reminds me of why I fell for him in the first place. The city is the city of final pleasures. They used to call this place back when the world was ending, but now I hope it will become the city of new endeavors. Like there's some other NPCs we can talk to. Have you noticed how fast the stars move? And no one ever mentioned how they spun. Save your pretty words about charity and nobility, or whatever nonsense you're on about this time. I'm not interested. Okay. There's more things change. Listen. The more things change, listen, I don't suppose I could ask you to discourage him from drinking any more than he already has. By hitting him over and over again, perhaps. Okay, so they're not part of the scene, but still. Funny talking to people. That was a fine speech, Master Try. I believe your words stirred a wrestle in the audience. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is a matter of finding strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yomorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone on which the city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your marshal seat? We will not be moving to the immigrant dearest. It's too big for one. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence. I will govern from the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. I can impart to Master Jai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Death in bed. Hi, that's me. I like your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't have enough food to last till tomorrow. More who are cutting their crumbs, counting their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we have much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in. Well, I suppose I brought it up on myself. Thank you again for your help, Wolf Mage. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. Since we all have a great deal to consider, I had resolved to remain here until such time as the Gilmore's future was secure, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. With Master Kai at the helm, if only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Mar and return to the source with no regrets. Delphinode's leaving too. Seems like everything's moving. But I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming of living here with my friends in paradise. That paradise is gone and something's better's taking its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This heal more for the people Master tries going on about. Aren't you gonna build to yourself? After all, ain't gonna build it itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help up keep things changing for the better. A far nobler than the one to which you clung before, and I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, then when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. Alphanode wears a satisfied smile, seemingly content with the state of Yilmore. Truly, to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions, inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yilmore, we have more matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Becklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. And I'm going to step away to take a bathroom break really quick. And I have returned with a drink from, and I also used the bathroom. Okay. You have business with the Crystal Elixir? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. In the course of preparing more Orosite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. My congratulations, old mate. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming, and I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they might take joy in that which thou hast helped bring about. I take it you are ready to resume our work? Would seem Alize has yet to return from the Init Journey's Head. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. Oh, lemonade. Welcome back. We are given to understand that a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. Tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Orosite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the properties of soul transference and concluded at length that White Orosite was ill-suited for our purpose. But Orianji, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. And armed as we are with Beklug, invaluable insight would indeed prove a trifling matter. Were we to discard the invaluable link twixt mind and soul, a link which we did belatedly realize be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our soul dormant, as Orosite doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and the forfeit of ether which comprise them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyche as well. It would, theoretically, be possible to channel your mind into the Orosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your soul in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. then we are no closer to a solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum, indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posed a most interesting solution. When our discussion turns to the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Wolfmage, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from the encounter with Doga and D? I speak of the royal eye of Algon Imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Alex. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technique by which the Algons were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device unlike to a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. Sorry, I took a drink. It went down the wrong pipe. While we are thus engaged, I think it best Wolfmage return to the source and inform Kyle and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I will beg leave to relay our findings to Thancred and Rain, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Given our target, give our regards to Chitaru, won't you? Hey, return to the Raking Sands. Wolfmage, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kyle will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. He's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying this. Saying that anyway. You can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back. And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
Taste my lance!
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
I just realized my mic has been muted. For all that time, when I was reading. Traitors, who would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Ah! Onward, before the day is done, victory shall be ours. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing? Like dogs? Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs holding candles to herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That Hugh, your soul is. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am another. Before your majesty, I am another dog. Lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you could wish it so. For now, I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the first. Did you hear? The mayor's reopened Fiddlest Stoneworks and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even lying on the even laying on the free tallows up to help anyone willing to make the move. Free tallows? Huh. Well, we'd best get packing. Steady work, board, lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Daru! Wolf Mage, might I ask a favor of you? I'm not normally one to pry, but Lamine has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels in the first. Would you go and see if she's alright? Okay, so Lamine, before I go, I know the last place I saw her was on top of the balcony at Ronoa's. Let's see if she's still there. Go ahead and mount up on Doggo. Okay, that's something I can do later. It's not gonna unlock. Does it unlock any emotes or anything? One final journey. Okay, I'll do that side story later. That's something that we'll look into. Always pet the doggo. Pet the doggo. The ads will be over soon, so I'll wait until those are over. Once they are over, I am going to do the quest. One enemy. Okay, the ads are done. Okay. Old enemies, new threats. Kyle is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings or to share. Wolf Mage. Hi, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archon, fear not. Master Montoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the Force first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Oh, Wolf Mage, it's been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, but I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador, I remain here in Eorzea under the auspice of Commander Aldin, offering what counsel I can to in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been called from the Gimment Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may delay growing danger and unforeseen threats. Commander Aldin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished to extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-state as our comrades are. I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Of course. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan corridor with all due haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. We can mount up on Torgal. Always pet the doggo. Style. Much has changed since the first time we set foot in the city. Now we strive to preserve their freedom rather than claim it. But we've no time to reminisce. We mustn't keep the commander waiting. Commander Aldin awaits us in the royal palace. If you would follow me.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals? With which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new one, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima, I will not stop you. I can only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. And now we have open to us the weapon side quest line, which I am going to continue after I've completed the eating quest line. I'm going to start the weapon quest line after I complete the Eden quest line, which first requires me to proceed with the main scenario. A way home. Trials can see the steely resolve in your eyes, and suspect she knows where duty calls. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima. As for their bodies, you may assure them that Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal aether stable. Safe travels, Old Mage. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Not mean to open that, I meant to go to the Crystal Tower. Do. You have business? Yeah, that's just saying the same thing he says every time. You come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
Moment.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Let's see. Okay. may simply be my imagination, but Lena has been rather brusque with me of late. Do you suppose she's still upset over that map with the salmon fillet to you? Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge. A stark reminder that what little we know of the world. On White Oroside's crystalline foundation, we have built not a prison, but a refuge for the soul. Would that Moonbrita were here to see the wonders inspired by her research. You think we will not only have Xenos to contend with once we return, but a new Ultima weapon as well. Why must all of our enemies insist on returning from their graves? Seeking counsel. Avanode is eager to assist Captain Lee. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? I suggest we hurry. Lena does not strike me as one who enjoys being. We have little time, so I will be brief. The incinerator has been sighted, and I ask for your assistance in playing it. Inner, I heard some who yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we could call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complicity. They gain nothing from an easy victory, but you do not understand your foe. Foes, however harmless they may seem, my men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Then let us make for Fort Job. The Senator that remain no longer have a leader to guide them, but they are no dangerous. They cannot be suffered to live. If you won't wait here a moment, I will gather. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side? I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eater attacked. You and yours hadn't come along. I'd have likely stopped kept through. I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field of home, being a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades. And so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think that the Yulmoran soldier we once locked blades with soldiers we once locked blade with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lake. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearment, and it took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when play hosts honored guests. It won't happen again. My name's Taylor. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Asgard and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boldness, countless beautiful sky above, serves to remind me of their importance. My friend got to see the knight return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. And there are countless others who weren't fortunate. They gave their lives for a promise of a future they'll never know. And so it falls to us to do everything we can to fill that promise. No matter what happens, give up, we will give in. Your hair was Essa inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the North Sting Point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. Ah, there's no teleport up there, okay. Also, I'm heading south and not north. Oops. to see the endless garden awaiting. I flew over the objective. I hadn't seen him with my own eyes. I'd have sworn it was only you who killed that Sin Eater.
Did you slay this Eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Okay.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Inca's keep us where we choose to. He's lost without you. He misses you. Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be.
Is that so? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Facing the truth. Her mind at ease, Lena is ready to return to her duties. I will not keep you, and you and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. And we're going to use this. Teleport here. Now, run away from the... Yep. An adventurer calling himself a warrior of light. Why would anyone tie themselves to the legacy of individuals held in such low regards? First, warriors of light, harbingers of the flood and all the world's woes. That is this wanderer would so boldly claim their title is the most curious indeed. It is strange to think how heroes so beloved by the people could be brought so low in so short a time. Ofto tells me a warrior of light has slain a senator. Quite frankly, I am not sure what to make of this. Ah yes, I was hoping to speak with you about our... On second thought, never mind, it would be rude to pry. The others were quite shocked to hear what we found of Lakeland, but now that you're here, there is a proposal I would like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the cabinet of curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood, in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warrior of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of what or not this Warrior of Light they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance and in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessor may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehood found within full many of the cabinet tomes, with nary mention of the noble deeds of our bird and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted, but them penned as villains. Were it not for the records stored in the Crystal Tower, I would have had no question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remains those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in the early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it wonder they needed ending at all. They brought to justice the man who massacred, misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Volbrin. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin-eaters, absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the fall. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains observed in resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little, would not change their lot. Thanks to you all, however, their lot has changed. Now they need the long-forgotten truth. You claimed was our bird helped you overcome a mid-self, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphinote's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium, count the tale of the Warriors of Light, blood that followed in their. Well, what say you, Wolf? I wish we had done this sooner. Deserve it. Fucking deserve it. Just to put this in perspective, we find out in Heaven's Ward that they died to they literally sacrificed their souls to travel to the source to stop the flood. They then return to the first, and we find out later that they literally sacrificed what remained of their soul to stop the flood, aka stall it. Only Ardbert's remained, who then helped the main hero. It's just sad they've been painted as villains. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Becklug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the Extra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With a luck, word will spread, and more will accompany them. But because that is going to be a big cutscene, I think we are going to end off the stream. Pick that up next. So until next time, I hope you guys have enjoyed my stream. I hope you guys stop by again. Until next time, I've been Wolfmage 1011. I'll see you guys then. Bye!